All right, everyone that's just joining us, we're going to give the players just a quick opportunity uh, to get this shared out. They always like to do that beforehand, but we'll be starting probably within, I'd say, within the next 2 minutes.
Where'd you go? Here.
Hey, everyone, thanks for joining us here at Billiard live stream. Got another matchup going here. Hope it's as good as the one that we had last night. This is between Mike Burke and Pat Lopez. As you can see, Pat is getting four on the wire, and those four are already added to the score. So this is the starting. That's the first break that we just saw there, and expect this to be a pretty good match. They are playing 10 ball with the called 10 ball. The other ones are just can go into any pocket. 10 ball is the only one that does have to be called. We've got a three foul rule. The winner breaks and it's rack your own. They have the option to be able to use either rack they want, if they want to use the standard triangle or if they want to use the magic rack. And this is Pat's first shot here. So thanks for joining us here at the beginning, and hope you're able to stay with us throughout the duration.
Hey.
Pat trying to slide that one over around that five ball. And wasn't too successful on that one, as it does catch the rail. Doesn't get over quite fast enough to get to that one ball, but so we'll see if Mike comes in shooting. We started a little bit late today. Mike had run into quite a bit of traffic over in the Tampa area, so he didn't get a whole lot of practice. So he probably shot maybe 10 balls worth. We'll see how quick he gets fired up here. Looks like he's starting off okay though. always like to remind everybody that whenever it comes to, of course, typical phones, tablets, even laptops, or things that don't have a real big screen, obviously, thank you for joining us here on the Facebook live stream. We do notice a lot more success, and it's definitely more clear whenever it comes to watching on larger screens, like if you're trying to put this onto a TV or something like that. We do stream at the same time, same everything, to YouTube, and that one is a full 1080p HD stream. So feel free to join us on that channel as well if you're looking for a little bit better viewing experience there. We have a lot more luck just because with the Facebook Watch on TVs, it's not the best app in the world, and it kind of downgrades it to the 720 on that one. So I want you to see everything as clear as possible. Hopefully the stream's running good on your side today. Mike doing a good job with the run out on this one. Looks like he's just gonna pop that 8-ball probably just below center, get out there on that 9-ball, and should be looking pretty good here. But there again, first game, so it's always tough to tell how it's going to work out. Nice little controlled shot. Got up a little higher than he wanted to, but should still be okay from here. Mike's been out here a few times, so he's pretty used to the tables. Both of them have actually been out here a number of occasions. So how the table plays, rolls, things like that shouldn't come as a surprise to either one of them. Nice little shot from Mike and recovery from that bottom rail, and looking pretty good to get this first game. Whenever you're starting off with 4 games down before first ball's even been hit, definitely one thing you want to do is to get that very first break and to get that first win. So Mike's brought this one back down to 3-game lead. So that spot kind of narrows down just a little bit for that he gave to Pat starting off. These guys, they had caught up. Originally, they were going to do this one a little bit later, and then all of a sudden, it kind of came across that, hey, you know what? It's Halloween tonight, and there's kids at home that would probably like to go out and visit it. So they called up and said, hey, can we play this a little bit earlier, and that way we can still have the evening to spend with the family. And of course, not just them, but it's nice for all of us to be able to enjoy the stream. Get this one done. Usually takes around the 3.5 hour mark, as much as 4 if it was to get into some safety battles and things like that. So still finishes off with plenty of time for everybody to be able to go out and hopefully have a good and safe Halloween. It's a little bit of a dry break on that one. Not the easiest cut in the world for Pat to come up to. Use a little bottom inside English and see if he can't play that one off the rail and get it in. Successful with the shot. Making himself a little tough on that 2-ball. And that 8-ball is blocking the bank on that one. So we'll expect probably a defense on this. Just separate those two out and see if we can get it behind something. It's close. It's a really long straight shot, or close to straight shot for Mike. And with it being that close to the rail, it's gonna be a little tough to make this an easy pocketed ball and to be able to hold that for the 3-ball. So he might elect to try to go forward. We're taking a nice long look at it and trying to decide which way he wants to play it. And gets a little wild on that shot, and it's like he's going to leave Pat with a possible shot over here. I guess he's probably going to go down table on this one. Yeah, nice shot from Pat there. Would like to have come out a little bit more free ball, but still draw it back. Get a good look at that 4-ball and probably go ahead and bank that one over. Oh, forgets to make the shot first. It's Mike coming back to the table, but tough on the position play there. Got to figure out how to get around that 10. And does make a successful hit. Looks like that 4-ball's still pretty open over there. So let's see if Pat goes ahead and just puts this all the way up in the top corner pocket. Doesn't want to let that cue ball roll too far up. He tries to stun that ball a little bit. Gets another nice roll as it sticks behind that 6-ball. Looks like Pat's got a little bit of a cut shot. He could actually play this one either way, but with him being jacked up over the top of that 8-ball, I think he's probably just going to cut that back to the bottom left over here. Cue ball go out. Yeah, just kind of takes a stab at it, and didn't look like he was comfortable at all with that particular shot. So now Mike's got an opportunity to play a pretty good defense here as he sticks it, or attempts to stick it over behind that 5-ball that we see. These guys you may have seen on the flyer either at the beginning or the one that was posted. They are playing for 500 a man or 1,000 in the middle. So it's that ball slow down a little bit. That's going to be a great shot. Lands it right there behind a whole bunch of traffic. So Pat's going to find a pretty hard way to try to get out of this one. Let's see if he elects to just try to make a little bit more of a mess or try to start opening something up, because I believe we're also going to see a potential 3-foul opportunity on this one. Kind of opens it up a little bit for Mike. It looks like he may be able to. It's not the easiest shot in the world, but it does look like that 3-ball might have opened up. So we'll see if he decides to play it the more aggressive route or decides to see about go ahead and hiding this one. He's got a few different options for hiding it. But if he doesn't see all 3, then he's probably, or at least 2 more, excuse me. Then he's probably going to go ahead and play for the run out. Trying to get that lined up as good as he can. He is jacking that one up, so he is planning on trying to hide it behind that 5-ball. Pretty successful from here. He doesn't quite have the edge of that 3-ball to be able to hit. So Pat may be on 2 after this one. Now that 3-ball's kind of drifted out a little bit, so the next defense is going to be a little bit more difficult than the past ones as far as being able to stop him from getting to a 1-rail kick. But he may decide, now with it being a little bit more open, may decide to go ahead and play for the run out on this one. This doesn't look like it has a full pocket down there, so I believe he's trying to see if he can't bury this one a little bit. He does. He's probably going to see if he can't play that one off the bottom rail, let that 3-ball bounce back up. Make that 1 rail kick a little tougher. Ooh, does not get behind the 8-ball. So Pat gets a little reprieve from that 3 foul on this one. Not the easiest shot in the world, considering he's once again jacked up over that same 8-ball. Oh, a nice attempt there. Up a little bit short. And we see somebody's gone a little heavy on the powder over here on the left side. Mike with another good opportunity, just pocket the ball. He can pick either of those top 2 corners to decide to play it in. Fortunately, rattles the 4-ball down here in the bottom. That's going to have a little bit easier on this one. It's probably one of the more open shots that he's had throughout this particular rack. Let's go ahead and hit that 4-ball a little bit on the thin side, see if we can't just bounce it back out towards the middle of the table. Anywhere out there should have a very makeable shot. Gets that one a little bit hard. Now that 8-ball comes into play. It does sneak. Well, maybe it sneaks past it. It's a little tough there. Just didn't get the roll he wanted to out of it, but doesn't leave it easy either. So now Mike needs to come to the table with a defense or a good shot on this one. That bank is definitely wide open, but definitely can't carry that one long. It's going to find itself into that 7-ball. Wayne, you talking about the powder? You said that's from the ring game? Pretty sure if it was those guys, they're not going to leave anything behind. But yeah, I think I didn't catch the whole ring game. I think I made it until about 3 o'clock this morning. Got up about 7:30, and those guys were still here. That's some troopers. That's why I can't do the whole commentating on the ring games whenever they play those, because they'll play 8-9 hours, not even think twice about it. Stamina for days. This might get a nice roll there, and this is one of those times I'm sure he's happy that they decided to only do a called 10-ball. He gets to stay at the table now. So probably a couple rails on this 5-ball back and forth. Should be right on that 6. Again, taking a nice good look at it and making sure to minimize the mistakes a little bit here. Oh, I don't believe he wanted to run into that one, but he may have ended out okay, because now he doesn't have to do too much work with that 6-ball. Basically anything that stops it or drifts it over, he's going to have a shot on that 7. So pretty decent angle for that outcome. So now it's just a bear down, put the shot in the middle. Can throw a little bit of draw on it if he wants to. It doesn't want to flirt with that side pocket either. It's a nice shot. I believe that one came back a little further than what he probably wanted it to. But he still should be okay on this one. Now, this is kind of a player's choice on a little bit of inside and hold it, or swing it out 2 rails with a little bit of outside English. So we'll see which way he prefers. Looks like he's queuing up just to hold it. Yes, he does swing it out, and looks like he's going to get below it. That's a real tight window down there, so not the easiest shot in the world to run that one all the way back up, but Mike's been shooting pretty straight lately, so I would expect this one to go ahead and find its way in. Well, it starts to drift off, sits right in the jaws of the pocket, so a little freebie for Pat on this one, and that's a pretty big difference. I know it's early in the game, but it's a whole lot of difference between 5-1 and 4-2, so too many of those mistakes, and that could be very negative as we move forward. That's a little bit of a kick there. Doesn't have an easy shot on the one, but he is still at the table and does have a clear shot at it. It looks fairly open. The only things that even look like they're kind of jammed up a little is that 6 and 9 that's down there. It's tough to say if he's going to go for this one because it's that 2 ball's got a small window down there. Is he going to get behind everything? He got pretty close. Not the perfect spot that he wanted to, but I'm sure he'll feel okay with that one. That 2 ball does come out a little bit more and leaves a really long cut shot on the one, but it is off the rail a bit, so it is makeable. He overcuts it just a little bit, comes off the rail and runs into it. He's got a shot, but that cue ball is going to want to hit the wrong direction where he wants to be on that 2 ball. So as he jacks up, the unfortunate part, the more you jack the back of that stick out, the harder the shot becomes. It does do a really good job of getting back down. See if he gets the roll that he should, and unfortunately not. It's a little on the offset side. Does look still makeable though. If he makes it, that cue ball is going to go up table towards that 4. Kind of surprised there. Really didn't see that was going to come up short of hitting that top rail, but I guess with the inside English, it did cause that to happen a little. It's that one pretty hard, and this bounce is going to be very much in favor of Mike Burke. That's that one a little bit. That's just an error on his part on that one. At least Pat with a long stretch cut that 4 ball in, and a little bit of work to do with the speed control on this one, because we all know how quickly it's going to come off that 4 ball. Throws a little bit of English on it, and I think that English helped him too much on making sure that 4 ball went in. So again, might not come in with the easiest shot here, with it being all the way down that kind of length. So he'll try to catch just the edge, or might even try to play 2 rails, but 2 rails starts to head towards the wrong direction for position play. So you really have to work on the speed control on that one. Let's get a nice roll out of that and leaves himself some pretty good position. But now that 6 ball finds its way into a little bit of trouble, so a good shot goes unpunished here. Position that 6 ball, he could even elect just to go ahead and send this one away and see if he can get a defense out of it with that 7 and 8 ball sitting there. It's a pretty big blocker. He just barely sneaks that one in. A good shot if he's comfortable with the angle on that 6 ball. So now let's just concentrate on putting the 6 in. Just a center ball, let that pop back out, and that 7 can find its way into this bottom left corner. Brings that one out a little bit, and we'll see what kind of roll he gets out of it. Turns into something pretty close to looking like a drill. Seven ball's kind of tucked back there a little bit. Surprised that he wanted to jack up so much on that shot, and it's like the edge of that one's covered. He can maybe see the edge of the 6, but not a whole lot of it. When we look at it from here, he's got a little bit more of the ball he can hit. Great shot, but once again, just not the lead that he would want out of that one. It would have been nice for him if that came down a little bit more as it was going over. Looks like he's going to be shooting a one rail kick on this one. I think I kind of like the going to the short rail, to be honest, just to send that ball up. So him going after it this direction, I guess he's got plans to try to make this one as it comes out. But so does the cue ball. Is he gonna get a roll? Well, in this case, Pat is. Pat drills that one in. He's going to come up a little bit of a rough spot. Both having their struggles on this game. That was a really great attempt. It's a little unlucky with that cue ball finding its way to the side pocket, but now Mike's going to come to the table with 3 balls and laid out pretty nicely. Nothing too challenging on this shot. Just connect the dots and or put a little bottom or a little top inside and let that go ahead and go down a couple rails, or he can draw it back. So it's up to him on which one he's more comfortable with. Doesn't want to hit the 10. So now we're at the 50-yard line. It definitely became a little tougher on that one, but he's going to still cut it that original pocket with the bottom left. And a nice shot by Mike Burke on that one. Burke putting it up to 2-5. He gets one of those back, and looks like the two of them are breaking from pretty much the identical spot. Speed's a little different between the two of them, but we're both breaking okay. Unfortunately, does not get a shot on the one, or does not leave a shot on the one. Comes up with a dry break on this one. Pat's going to push that away, and the direction that he's pushing, I'd imagine Mike's probably going to give this one back. Not sure that he's got a whole lot of one rails to try to play that off of. Sends that one back to Pat and let him take a swing at it.
Nice shot.
That's a great job of pocketing that ball. If it'll hold on a little bit, he'll still have a shot, or at least an opportunity to be able to hit it. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but we'll see how much Pat enjoys one pocket. As it does have a path down there, but if he can just get it hidden a little bit, it's right in the wide open spot for the pocket. That's today's Sal. Thank you to the stars. You know, we appreciate that. Mike's got a pretty decent layout on this one with that 3 ball connecting to the 4. 5's right there. I mean, this is really close to just, you know, stop shot after stop shot. We don't see too much trouble. See how he decides to play this one, and there again, he's got a lot of opportunities here. Just don't overlook the shot while you're moving, or while don't ever judge how easy the shot, I guess. So a better way to put that. Okay, probably just go ahead and he might go ahead and play this one off the rail a little bit. That's another one of those same kind of errors. I believe Pat's gonna have a little trouble trying to hold it. So we'll see if he decides to go all the way down. It's a big stretch and a long bridge here, so he may lose control of that cue ball a little. It looks like he can see it, but it's tough. It's got a bottom right corner pocket over here that he can go to. Then he also has to get back out for the 6 ball. And it looks like he can do both very well. So that's a great shot there. Don't want to get too close. Still looks like he's in position. So far, so good. A little stop shot, and it'll go right in the same pocket. Fortunately, jumps up a little and shanks that one a little bit to the left. So Mike going to play a little 1 rail shot here, and if he makes it, as long as that 9 ball doesn't come too much into play, he'll be all right on position coming out of this. All right, 9 ball looks like it kind of helped him out. Lay that ball over to the right side of the table as we see it here. He'll still have a shot on that 9, and with a good angle to get back up on that 10, so not too much trouble. Looking pretty sporty on this one, so once again, just secure that 9 ball, and almost naturally gonna run itself back up to great position there, and as it does, 10 ball straight in like a pro. All right, great job by Mike Burke on that one, and brings us within 2 games. Definitely doing a pretty quick catch up on that 4-game spot that he started with, and 1 bobbled ball kept this away from being tied up right now. Making sure everything sticks nice and tight up there. Usually kind of does a second and third check on that rack. He likes that to be as consistent as possible, and obviously the various types of magic rack or template racks make that very possible. So the last one came up with a little bit of a dry break. We'll see what kind of adjustment he does on this. He does put the cue ball back in the same spot. So he might have just missed the way that he wanted to break on the previous one. He plants that one in the middle of the table. It doesn't look like he's going to get a roll out of this one either. dry break and good cue ball control. Pat's got a little bit longer shot on the one, and again, that cue ball is gonna want to head in the direction going out. He decides to play defense on it. Not too bad a one. I believe Michael probably going to send that cue ball down table. We'll see which way he decides to go with it. Catches that just a hair off, and even if he'd have made the one, that position on the two didn't exactly work out because that four ball get in the way. Now Pat up here with an opportunity to start on a good run, and this table's starting to open up. Five ball being the only real challenge here, and I don't believe he wanted to get quite that far out, coming back for that two ball. And Brian Luke, how you doing today? And yeah, he's it seems like every time he comes out here, he's getting a little bit more used to the tables, because he's starting off a little stronger each time. So there's a comfort level that's getting in there. He's been a good shot for as long as I've known him, and definitely better than the first couple of times he came out. When he came out last time, he was definitely shooting pretty good. This time, starting off even stronger. We've had some reasonably minimal mistakes. It's like we got a two ball all the way up, and Regan pose a little bit of a problem getting position on it. So not sure that he was trying for that one, as he's left Pat a little tough now. If Pat decides to try to stop it and work with what he's got from there. He was definitely put a stroke on, like he was trying to come all the way back down. That was a tough shot, a valiant effort. I believe he just kind of popped up a little bit, and that Q-tip came with it. Works on a little bit of a defense there, and definitely gets that one fully covered. It looks like Mike's pulling out a jump cue here, and that is a tough shot to hit with a jump shot, with that 9 ball being that far up. He's not bad with a jump cue. We'll see if he can get it that far and land it and not have something come off the table. This is that's a level 3 to someone like myself. Didn't quite get it far enough to get over that 9 ball, as Pat takes the ball in hand now. Back to a good opportunity for him. The only trouble, again, that we see is going from that 4 to the 5. That 6 is in a little bit of the way, and that 5 ball cannot go into the side pocket by the 8. So we'll see if he's going to try to get it all the way up to the other side of it. He has an opportunity to do that now. I'm not sure which way he's exactly gonna play this one. It looks from here like the defense is tough and offense is tougher. Or you can just drill it right in the corner. That was a great shot for him. This is the follow-up easy shot on that one, and now the table's very, very open for Mike coming back to it. think he'd like that to come down a little bit further, but he could play this one 3 rails and come back above the 8 ball, or he could just slow roll it and take a longer shot on the 8. I believe he's going to probably go all the way around. Definitely would have liked to have gotten a little higher than that one. But if he decides to switch it over while he's standing out of the way, he can cut that one back over here to this side, or bank this one back cross side. Not a give me there. If he makes it, he should have position still on that 9 ball, though. Let that cue ball, see if it'll go around 3 rails. Ooh, almost got lucky off of the 9 ball, but still doesn't leave it in exactly the easiest spot in the world.
Oh.
As the edge of that 8 ball is definitely hanging right by that point. So Pat with what I believe is going to be a defense opportunity. See if he can't stick that down on that bottom rail. And Pat really taking a really good look at this one, because he knows it's not going to that bottom pocket. He's got to figure out what the alternate is, and yeah, that was a pretty tough way to go on that. Not sure how that cue ball was gonna stay back there, or if he was hoping that maybe he'd get enough English on it to get it to cross bank. With it being past that pocket that far, that was a pretty tough shot. So I'd like to have seen that one come back as well too. So there's a little bit going on in this particular game. Just narrowly missing that cross bank in the side pocket. Even Pat a pretty good opportunity here. So all he has to do is just make this one. It's going to drift back down. Oh. I forgot the make this one part. Now, Mike back to the table with a very makeable shot down the bottom corner.
Oh my.
It's even going to want to drift right back over and give him a shot on that 10. It's a good time to be playing last pocket. I think Mike bringing that within 1 game at 4-5. Pat's he's gonna need to find a stroke or find that accuracy. Keep his head down and concentrate on this game, because it's definitely starting off like Mike's gonna start walking through this one. Of course, as myself, as viewers, we like to see him be a little bit closer. And I can definitely shoot better than what we're seeing right now, but he is making some mistakes, and most of them are a little bit more on the careless side, where if you just kind of stay focused a little bit, a lot of those wouldn't happen. Because I believe a couple of those games Pat could have won and started putting Mike in a little bit of pressure, a little bit of trouble. Loses that cue ball over to the side pocket. And coming to the table with another pretty open table and another good opportunity. Let's see if he can figure out where that kink in the armor is and Go ahead and knock some of these in. A little bit of running back and forth between the 2 and the 4 ball up there, but after that, not a whole lot of trouble standing. It's got a little bit of a window. It's somewhat of a tight window on that 2 ball, but he's got such a good line, and to be able to get down to 2/1, plays that nicely and make sure to keep that cue ball directly on that line. So now this is where he's been hitting this one a little bit stronger, and it's been getting him into some trouble. He does it again. He's really, really jumping up bad, and I'm sure this is one of those that he'll go back and watch the stream and see what he's doing wrong. Unfortunately, by that point, it's too late. So, kind of see how he can figure it out, while he's sitting there. And left some length on that one, and now Pat with a little bit of a tough cut on this one. It's going to run straight into the face of that 4 ball that's up there, and might catch the edge of it as well. It does look like he's putting a little bit of inside on it, and I would have thought that one he would have went ahead and tried for. He does get a good roll out of it as it sits right behind that 10 ball. Easy 1-rail shot, but hitting it and making it is 2 different things. All right, wants that 2 ball to slow down a little bit before it comes back and finds this one in the opening, and there's a long direction to get that one stuck behind something. A little tough to see if he can hit the edge of that one or not, and definitely can. Not too great on the safety on that one either, except for the fact that he does have to get back down to that 4 ball. With that little bit of angle, he can definitely make it over there. I can see a pretty good draw shot here. See if he can't pull that one back, drag it up that rail. Very well done. Mark gives that one a little bit of a punch shot just to make sure that he maintains an angle on that 5 ball. And again, looking pretty good from here. So we'll see him draw that close to the middle of the table again, and a very nice shot. Got himself back into a good line where he just doesn't have to do too much, and that's a good place to be in. See if he decides to play that 7 in the side, or if he takes up the corner where he's standing. If he does decide to play that in the side, I think that's a great option there. A little drift up for the 8 ball, and he should be sitting pretty. Again, doesn't have to do too much with it. And I don't want to touch. This is one that he probably didn't mind being pretty straight in on that shot. Now, just have the hair below center and bounce it off that rail. It could even just hit center. Ooh, as he finds the hole pocket. Still leaves himself a makeable cut, but not as pretty as the other 10s, but they've been dead straight in on a few of them he's left, so. And comes up a little off on that one, sends it up table, and leaves Pat with a pretty tough cut. So these are the same types of shots that Pat has been jumping out, so we'll see if he's corrected that yet. we're still seeing a little, and once again, same outcome. It overcuts that one just a little bit. Michael put a good stroke on this one, and not a gimme, but he shouldn't have to worry about scratching or anything. So basically, he just has to worry about just catching the edge of it and putting it in the middle of the pocket. Cue ball should come straight back up. Oh, doesn't catch enough of it, and is he going to leave it close to that pocket? All right. Well, definitely a makeable shot for Pat, and this is one that he does seem to be making a little bit more than some of the others. He drills that one on in, and the ball floats safely down table. Moves them up to 6-4 Pat. They did talk about a little bit before this match started. They kind of picked where they're going to take their breaks, and we're looking around whoever gets to 7 and then whoever gets to 15, this being a race to 20. It's a pretty good way to split it up. And of course, it doesn't count for, quick bathroom breaks and things like that. Mother Nature calls, you don't put her on hold. But they are trying to make sure that it stays a little pretty consistent on the play time and keep the breaks down to a minimum. Both these guys, they'll probably take a quick 5-minute kind of thing, but they don't really take long breaks. And this isn't a race to 40 where you want a lunch break in the middle of it kind of thing. So we'll try to keep it down as quick as possible, but definitely give them a chance to kind of relax the eyes a little bit and bring in that. I thought he was going to go for the jump cue on this one, but again, it's a little bit long. He may decide to go back for it. It's not an easy path to make the 2-ball. It is an easy path to hit it, at least with the coming off one rail. He definitely gave it a shot to try to make it, and comes out with a very nice roll afterwards, sends it directly down to that bottom rail. So Pat can try to hide this one over there a little bit, and is it going to peek out? Sure looks like it did. It definitely did. Nice shot, keeping the pocket just enough to kind of straighten that out. Tiny bit of draw here, and he's right on that 5 and right back in line. All right, just had to play that one off the rail. That's a great shot also. And so I'm going to go forward a little bit, and what's going to be a little on the tough side is that 5-ball is definitely at the top side of that side pocket. It's makeable. It's definitely a little bit tougher cut, and you're heading straight towards that corner pocket, so you don't want to catch some points up there and it just jar in the pocket or anything like that. And shoots it up in that direction. That's a great shot, and look at the line. Mike takes a good look at where that 7 ball is. It is sitting really, really close to that 10 ball. It doesn't look like it has a pocket on either side. Leaves an open look at it, but still not a super easy shot.
Oh, wow. Here.
Looking up all the way up table on this one. It's going to make it a little tougher to hold on to that cue ball, so he just has to play a defense, and really does play a nice one. Sure, he would have preferred for the cue to stay behind the 10, but put a lot of length on that shot. Might help with a little bit of a double kiss. Mike leaves it right back on that same rail. Okay, really making a nice shot on that one. Doesn't get the greatest of leads, but it does look like he has most of that pocket. About a quarter of it might be blocked from that 9 ball, but looks like he's got enough to still be able to make that 8 ball past him, but it's got to be a pretty accurate shot to get there. That's making sure he looks at it closely, because if he misses the shot, it's gonna be one of those sellout shots. He's now looking at looks like he started looking at the bang, but defense is probably a good choice on that one. If you weren't comfortable getting by that 9 ball, then wasn't a whole lot that you could do.
But
Like leaving Pat with a combo over there. And although the combo is makeable, it's a long distance, and still got to make sure that you control that 8 ball from that distance and know which direction that 8 ball is going. And it's a well planned defense from Mike on that one. He made a good choice. Pat's got himself into a little bit of trouble on this one. So now Mike coming to the table with a very long shot. He does have to be a little careful with, because he also needs to put enough speed on that to give himself at least an opportunity to make that 10. 10's out in the middle of the table. But points want that one to hurry a little, and now leaves Pat with a much easier opportunity than what Pat just left him. I like that, Jeremy Bell. We're back on the sleeves thing again today. Poor Mike can't catch a break with those sleeves. Pat overrunning that one pretty bad, leaving himself a quite the little tester here. Yeah, this is one of those that if you're gonna miss, you want to miss on the long rail side. And definitely did that a little too much. He still leaves like a bit of a shot on this one. He's already had this shot one time last game. Like it's a different outcome for it this time though. So Mike bringing it back to within one game as it's gonna see that scoreboard move to 6-5. Pat up by 1. Mike pocketing the ball on that break. And does have a look at the one. It's exactly straight in, but this is one that he's gonna have an opportunity. We'll see if he decides to put that cue ball in the middle of the short rail or if he's gonna give this one a shot. Looks like he could hold it and still keep it up on this side, but he's got a little bit of traffic to deal with it. He could bank it, but then he's going to lose that cue ball a little bit, trying to go down table. So he may go ahead and play a defense on this one. As he does. Tries to find some traffic down there. Does that also. It's that 5 ball sitting right in the middle of that shot. All right, good hit by Pat on that one. See if he gets lucky on it. It's heading towards that direction, but still stays wide open. He's going to want to move that template rack on this. And if he's trying to put any kind of English on, that's the one thing that's bad about this template racks is if you're trying to put any English on it, and it rolls over the top of them. Different racks definitely react in very different ways, and like when we use the name brand Magic rack, with it being a plastic rack like it is, the cue ball have a tendency to want to throw that one as opposed to the outspill rack that they just had down there. It'll actually just change the reaction of the cue ball, because that outspill rack, with it being made of felt type material, it does not want to move from that spot. So that's both good and bad, but not good for the English that you put on the cue ball. So you don't want it on the path unless it's just a rolling cue ball. Like taking a good look at that 2 where it's sitting now. Trying to make a determination on whether he wants to go ahead and try to bank that one in, or if he wants to use that big cluster that's sitting there to just kind of hide behind. Three ball sitting so pretty up there. It's almost tough to not want to go for this. Could also cut that towards that 9 ball. Oh, as he hits it, unfortunately hits it twice. Doesn't come up hidden, but doesn't leave it super easy either. I've seen Pat already drill a couple of these banks, but this one's definitely a little off center. I have to go a little thick into that 2 ball on this one. Probably hit it with some decent power. See, does everything close enough to correct that it finds its way into a bottom corner pocket. But not much love coming off where that cue ball ended up and where that 3 ball is. Don't want that to slow down, and got an opportunity as he's just going to slow roll that 3 into the 9 and leave it right there, so all he has to do is just control that cue ball. All right, nicely done. Once again, table's starting to open up a little bit. And yes, Jeremy, there goes that sleeve. Too much more stretching, we might have to see a pants leg come up too. Surprised that at this point he doesn't go ahead and grab that bridge. This really is a big stretch. That 4 ball makes it even that much further. See if he heads towards an extension or. He doesn't have to do too much to it, but looks like with that angle, he is going to probably just go ahead and try to draw this one off. Even 1 rail. Might graze that side rail a little bit and back up for the 4 ball in the corner where he's standing. As he gets a whole lot of it, but comes up with a really great position play over there, getting the top side of that 4 ball, and now all he has to do is just roll that one in, and that position on that 5 is pretty open. All right, nothing too fancy, just a little stop shot, let that one kind of drift for that little bit, and it's like he's queuing up to actually bump into the 10 ball to use it to help hold it. All right. Still looking on point here. Except that biggest issue he has now is where that 10 ball rolled down to, so he's going to have to get either straight or at the right angle so he can draw off that 7 ball and come back down. I don't see him wanting to go forward. Looks like he's queuing top on this one. Ooh, uses the entire pocket and comes all the way around. That was very well played. not the easiest shot in the world. As you know, as he's drawing this one, it's going to want to come heading straight back to that corner pocket. So he's probably going to cheat the pocket just a little bit so that it starts heading, so it will not head towards that corner pocket. And nice job there. So it'll tap in for the 10 ball, should even this game right up. 6-6 and an even match. Nice break there, but loses the cue ball a little bit to this bottom rail, and both the 1 and 9 chase each other in up the top up there. He does have a shot on the 2. Again, he's been kind of switching back and forth between conservative and aggressive play on these, but I'd almost look for him to send that cue ball up the top rail and try to put that, send the 2 ball to the top rail, let that cue stay there behind the 3 and 8. It looks like he's put an angle to go ahead and actually try to make it, but he does, plays a 2 option shot. So now he's still got a little bit of a tough shot on that 3 ball. But with the 4 ball sitting right over by the side, see if he's that 10 doesn't look like it goes into that side pocket. Actually, as I look out the window, it does look like it goes in there. It just looks tight. All right, back at the table. It's got a combo, but one that's not too difficult to control. So again, kind of like we saw Mike do earlier, just slow roll this one in and keep that cue ball in sort of a neutral position. A little bit of a stretch on this, and should be able to get right back over by that 4 ball. Again, nicely done. Nothing fancy to do here, just roll it on in. 5 ball up in the corner with a little bit of a draw shot, and everything's kind of laying itself out, so. I would have thought he'd want to draw that one a little bit further, but he may elect to go ahead and run this one around the bottom on the top of the table from what we're seeing. I think the way that he shot that, though, he's looking at trying to get a little bit more lucky than working on that perfect position. Come to the short side, but gets the job done. As now he's got a very makeable 10 ball right in the corner. All right, 7-6. Pat goes up by 1. So since we've hit 7, if I'm not mistaken, I think they're going to take a quick break. Like I said, it should only take probably about 5 minutes, and we'll be right back. As we are back, and yes, I can see if we can turn the volume up a little bit. Sorry about that, Nikita. And no, Dale Stanley is not with us today. They actually sat here and played that ring game until, matter of fact, I came out here 7:30 this morning, and they were just getting ready to leave. So they had a very late night. So he might not even woke up yet. So we'll let him have a day off and see if we can try to get through this one on our own. Pat starting off after the break a little rough with a scratch on that one, and Mike Burke up to bat. And for those of you that are listening, you can let me know if this one's come back up, or is, the volume. I guess I should explain that a little bit. Hopefully the volume's a little bit better now than what it was. And which, if you're judging from last night, Dale, number one, did a phenomenal job. I really appreciate both them coming out. But our booth here is soundproof, and he was really trying to test that out to see if the other room could hear. Cause, he's definitely got a voice that projects. So if we're expecting it to be as loud as it was last night, I can promise you that I don't have that kind of voice in me. So great job from him, and hopefully he will be joining us again soon. Very knowledgeable at this game, and definitely knows a lot of the preferred ways to shoot things. Not always the way that everybody plays their particular game, but great to learn from. A little bit of a rough roll there. I think that template rat actually helped out a little bit, as that 10 ball was going to get in the way, and then it stopped it from going outside. Leaves him an edge of the 4 ball, and we'll see a defense on this one as he sends that cue ball up table a little bit. All right, not leaving Pat a real easy shot on this one. Oh, thank you, Carl. Thank you, Travis. He's really going to have to put a little bit on this one to make sure it goes over enough and doesn't quite get it, and it's 2 fouls on the same shot. A little scratch over there in the side pocket. And again, table's starting to open up a little bit and start to roll Mike's way as it has through the better portion of this particular match. Looks like Mike's going to elect to go ahead and play that 5 ball up table. Little stop shot here should get him there very well. I believe he's already picked his pattern for each ball on this one. 10 ball to hold it, and now he does have a side pocket shot. And we'll go ahead and shoot that in the side pocket, use a little bit of force follow, and roll it up for that 6 ball. Ooh. Didn't see playing off the point like that. So that nice little lucky roll for him, and still back in this one. All he's got to do is just touch this one forward, and that 7 ball goes right in the side. Looks like he's queuing up to maybe even draw that one back and play the 7 in the bottom corner, but we'll see as he's playing it. Okay, does decide to go forward. It's probably off angle just a hair. We'll switch to that side. Nope, that's pretty straight. It's got a tiny bit of angle, but he can still go ahead and just roll this one in. Still have a good angle on that 8 ball to pop it back out for that 10. Yeah, it's looking pretty good from right there. I'm sure he'll take that one all day. And like a lot of his 10 balls, really giving himself a very good chance of making all of these. He left the bulk of them basically straight in. Back to a tie ball game. 7-7 as Mike Burke ties it back up. Moving on to rack number 15. 3 rails. And John, thank you very much for the stars. We appreciate the support. Like the last couple of times he's come up, been a little bit more successful on the break. I know he lost the cue ball a little bit to the back rail, pocketing both the 1 and the 9 up in that top right corner. See if he pockets 1 or 2 on this one. Kind of catches the side of that a little bit, and comes up dry anyway. So back with a little bit of work to do on the break with working on that direction that it's going into. And Carl, thank you for the stars as well. Love the support on there, and yes, he's definitely a good competitor. He doesn't play as much as what he used to, but don't let the talk fool you. He is still one hell of a pool player. And when it comes to them coming out here and shooting and doing the ring games and playing, they must have, let's see, judging by the ball count, whenever I looked at it this morning, they do have a different scoreboard they use for the ring game. Then they would have been around 85 racks that they went through. So at some point in time, you're shooting that many racks in a night. I would think you've got to get pretty decent at this game. Pat trying to put a little bit of distance, just make the shot a little bit tougher. I don't believe he was trying to cut that one in. So Mike's got some decisions here on how he wants to play this one. If he's going to send that 1 ball up the top rail and try to use that 3 ball as a blocker. Didn't quite catch the angle that he wanted to, but I believe he's going to get a little lucky down there anyway, and sure does. Edge of that ball is down there, but it's only an edge, so we'll see if he catches that and sends it back up. And he must not have had that much to be able to see. Does not get as much love out of that roll as he leaves an open shot from Mike down here in the corner. Bob was a pocket on that one, and once again, the rolls are working his way as he sticks it straight head to that bottom rail, but luckily enough this time, all Pat has to do is just kind of touch it and put that cue ball on the other side of that 4 and 10, and have a pretty good chance of blocking Mike on this. I believe Mike's going to be able to just kick 1 rail to be able to make a hit on that 1 ball, but that's just making a hit, not necessarily making it in. So he wants to catch the edge of it, just like that, and send that cue ball back down here and that 1 ball all the way up at the top. That's very well placed. And Victoria, I see you're coming up there. How are you doing today? So Pat leaving a little bit of a shot here, because I believe that will go into the side. And not an easy cut, and it is going to be heading towards that bottom corner pocket, but it is definitely cuttable. He sends it a little bit long. Pat coming back to the table with an opportunity here. Got pretty close to his works, and maybe might be a lot tougher than I originally thought it was. He's looking for a blocker and does not get it. And if that ball holds up, that's going to be a great safety, as there's a whole lot of stuff in the way now. And a nice hit on that one. Still that big fence of balls back there. And yeah, I definitely agree with that, Carl. He's got to figure out what it is that's going on with his game right now. So it's looking pretty rough. Mike's not going to make it easy for him, but some of the missed shots were definitely in that unforced error kind of category, and that's the ones that he needs to fix. Very nice hit, a lucky roll, and a leave afterwards. So somebody up in the Pool God world decided to throw him a little bit of a bone here, but now he needs to take advantage of it. Looks like it's going to be an awfully close hit, but he just needs to make the two and doesn't concentrate on that particular part and leaves Mike another opportunity down here. Other than that 5 ball, that's about the 4 ball. It's about the only problem left on this table. They don't want to create a problem, and I believe he just did. And yeah, I agree, Carl. He definitely wants to hold on to his money, and he'll take as much of anybody else's as possible. I think Pat's kind of beating his up a little bit. Must have been bad to him sometime during the week. So Pat's got to find a way, however, to get from that 3 back down to that 4 ball. And I'm sure he doesn't want to have to play a combo on this. So trying to send it down by that 10 ball would probably be a really good open spot up there. He's looking for looks like he might be looking for a defense on this one. It's a long way to travel with it being that close to the cue ball. If he's wanting to put the cue behind the 5 ball, that is. So he's got some distance, and he's got to make that 3 ball carry a long way. All right, well done. Mike looking like he's going to stick with the the 1 or 2 rail kick on this. I think a 2 rail kick's probably a little bit better, just to go ahead and send that one back on the table again, as it is starting to open up a little bit. Again, they're going to deal with that one challenge of that 4 ball, but trying to do a 1 rail kick on this, I think it's going to be tough to hold it for that 4 ball. It jams it up a little bit more. So, but now with ball in hand, that's a whole lot easier to get the 4 ball out. But now the 10's in the way of the 7. So a little bit good, a little bit bad. Pat looking like he's gonna play another defense. So he must be working on considering a 3 foul. It doesn't look like he's lining up for any kind of 3-10 or anything like that. So. And nicely done. I think this one's actually a little bit easier to hit than what the previous one was, because it is a little closer to that back rail, and 2 rail option starts to open up a little bit more. Let me take a look from the side here. We can see, looks like he can get above that 8. Try to bank it that way, but he's going to take it, try to take this one through that that little window between the 5 and 6. That was a really great attempt, and
I'm shooting. Jump. Put it on. Balls and something here in UK. The wide open
There's something
table.
around right here. I'm shooting. I didn't do that.
I'm saying when I'm shooting.
But you're not shooting first.
I'm saying when I'm.
Oh no, I can do that. You know,
Okay, but I'm not even just talking about that. I'm shooting something over here and wide open table. Look at this. I'm just saying when I'm shooting.
No, I want
Unless
to see what's I want.
I'm not even talking about that shot though.
Okay, my bad. I just.
I'm like not overly happy about the way that one in particular turned out, and unfortunately, kind of one of those things. It's I think Pat played that one pretty well with locking up, but we have seen before, and I like Pat, but he does have a tendency to kind of move around the table a little bit and take looks at shots, and a lot of players, especially whenever you're in this kind of setting and you're not in a standard pool hall, would much prefer the opponents to just sort of stay seated. And he's really not asking too much. He does it himself. You don't see him walking around, so I could see where some of the tension builds up a little bit whenever you get into something like that. But it kind of is what it is, and it's just talk to your opponent and say, hey, I'm gonna sit down while you're shooting, and if you could do that too, that'd be great. And no, not too many sudden movement, but it's gonna happen from time to time. So there's a little bit of everybody's fault in here. And for the strokers comment from Dave, yeah, they definitely got some good shooters. They've been around a long time, got a great pool hall. Jose does a great job of keeping up with everything. So hats off to him for what he's accomplished for such a long period of time up there. And you have that kind of success, you're going to bring in some good pool players as well. Oh, and with that little nick of the 6 ball over there, and doesn't give that 1 ball a chance to go in, but it does leave it back behind everything. And with a whole lot of balls moving, Pat's hoping that one of them will find a pocket, which it doesn't. So I believe we're probably going to see him with another defense with his 4 balls sitting over there. It's a good place to be able to sort of park that cue ball. If it gets over far enough, and it looks like it is going to. It's a nice shot from Mike there. There's a lot of spin on that one. It's a good thing that he did on that particular shot, because I believe that's what forced it over there and kind of missed from Pat, and ball in hand for Mike coming up. Mike taking a real good look at this one, trying to decide how he wants to play this. The 2 balls definitely got a window for that side pocket. You definitely got to look at it in a way that it's going to get you into that window. That 3 ball to follow it up. So it almost looks like he's going to play defense on this one, because that angle is getting a little bit severe. Did decide to, and left him with a 1 rail kick on this one, though. I think he'll actually tap this one pretty firm. See if he can't get something to fly in. Might even call that 10 ball on the side just because it's there. And gets lucky and sneaks it right behind that 10. So now you just got to act like you're scratching and see if you can make the 1. Oh, it sends it up a little on the long side. It's a big opportunity right there for Pat. Try to put this back to 2-game difference, but that's some of the ones that we've seen, Pat's not quite back in stroke yet. So he's gonna want to use this opportunity to try to fix what's broken, and so far he's doing a good job with that. The second shot in, we'll see if he looks like he's shaking his head. So it's almost like he's talking himself out of it already. I believe he's fighting a little bit of a mental game today. Mike trying a little tougher safety on that one, and that was a very well done, because that was not an easy one to pull off the way that he did, but a stroke of luck going the other direction. That slaps that one right on in. Coming up to Hayward a shot. He really, again, just doesn't have to do too much with this one, but he's putting a big draw coming back out like past the middle of the table if he's going to shoot it that way, as opposed to just letting it go up and just try to make it a little bit easier. We can see he's out of stroke right now, and he's got to do something to kind of get himself back comfortable with the table. Taking 1 or 2 shots and sitting down gonna have a hard time getting back into it that way. All right, that's a great shot. See if he got where he needed to be on that one. I believe we're going to see probably another safety opportunity. Some of the rolls that Mike's getting, it's a good thing that he does have that safety game in his back pocket. He's been playing those pretty well. Leaves that one close, and not a huge fan of that shot, only because I didn't see where he was going to get on the 5, and maybe he just came up a little shorter than what he wanted to, and that 5 was supposed to go into the side pocket. Pat's got a little easier on this one. As he had a whole lot of room to be able to keep position for that 5 ball coming back down. And now once again, it's just one of those, just roll it in. We don't have to get too fancy. Don't have to get do too much. Just kind of play it, a couple of balls at a time, and not necessarily look at the whole rack. Got to do something to get back in this. As we look at this without the spot, Mike's up 7-4. Still seems to be putting a little bit of a big stroke on this one, as it kind of is a little past where he would have liked for that to. So he's got to work the cue ball a little bit. You can see some frustration starting to come out because he knows he's heading towards the wrong side of the that 8 ball. If he overcuts it, if he decides to cut it down to the bottom left, which is probably the best option here, he just really has to watch the speed. Get past the 10, I don't think that's going to be an issue. But leaving it without going too far, because you want to make the 8 or be able to make the 8 without running into the 9, and that's not going to be his problem. So now Mike's coming back to the table. Mike deciding it's time to go ahead and get that pitching wedge back out and see if he can get over that 10 ball and make a good hit on this one. Catch the right side of that 7 ball, and I think he's going to see a good separation.
Not frozen.
He definitely caught the side that he wanted to. It just got just a touch too much behind it. Cue ball comes off the table. Again, this is a very good opportunity for Pat on this one, as he can kind of pick the place that he wants it. But again, still have to make the shot and still have to get the correct amount of draw on it, or in this case, he's going to follow it. Not a bad job there. Straight back and both of them in the same place. That's really starting to look a little stronger on this one, and he'd like a little bit better position, but hey, he's shooting on the 10 ball, so bear down, put it in the middle. And he looks undercut, but it's heading right where it's supposed to. It's a great job for Pat as he gets it back out a couple of games between them with a 9-7. So maybe that'll give him a little confidence back and help him with getting a few more of these in.
Oh, wait.
With a decent break there, pockets the ball, leaves the one up there in the corner. It's always nice whenever you get the correct break and the one hits at an angle coming out as opposed to sitting right up in the middle of that top rail. And there's something about it that he doesn't appear to be too happy with, and where that 2 ball is. I don't see a whole lot of trouble here, but there's something he's looking at, or the way that he wants to play it, that he just doesn't like. Some good speed control there. Gives himself an opportunity to pocket that 2 in the side. Nicely done there. If he held that control of that 3 ball, he's a little tough, but see if that goes in the side. I believe he's going to be tough on the 4 ball following that up. So not sure if he's going to want to let that one go a little bit and come 2 rails to get back on the 4. Which he elects to. That's well done. So maybe this is that turning point that Pat's been looking for a little bit. Stroke's looking a little bit better. It's walking around with definitely a little more purpose.
Oh my.
Does not follow up with that shot. So now back to Mike Burke, having a really good opportunity here. Not a whole lot left to do except for pocket 3 balls. Sure, he's feeling reasonably confident on these, and that sure does make the shot making a whole lot easier. Nice little tap back, and Mike doesn't have to do anything except for knock this one in and pull it back just a hair, and about a couple of feet, and just typical straight in on the 10 ball and go from there. He jumps back a little more than he wants to, but Got a little bit of a stretch on this one. And undercuts it, leaving Pat with an opportunity to put 3 games between them. And this is what we were talking about before, where Pat definitely needs to take advantage of exactly what's going on right here, and it's getting those easy wins. He sinks that one in. Moving on to rack number 18.
Hey!
Sorry for the little break there. I have a tendency to take a few more breaks than what the players do, which is probably a good thing. They're a whole lot more fun to sit here and watch. Mike with a good opportunity. Looks like with that 4 and 10, if it goes by, we'll take a look real quick. It sure does. It definitely gets by that 7 ball, and if he hits it right, should be able to sink this one. That's a very good shot. That's there's nothing easy about that one, so all the credit to him. See if we can take another look at this one real quick. And that one, I didn't even have a chance to stand out of that pocket. So good job to Mike on that. Mike bringing this back to within 2 games, going the direction that he wants it to. Back up to break. Right, looking pretty good from there. Puts that cue ball right in the middle of the table. Good shot on the 1 ball. A little trouble with the 2, with that 2 and 8 back here. See if he elects to go ahead and play the combo on that. Tries to bring it down a little further. It's like that 2 ball may be able to go to the corner if he elects to bring it that far back. He's lining up for that combo, and after the last one, might as well just shoot all the combos. All right, going to the other side. I think that's a smart shot. That was very well played. Great speed control as well. Taking a second look, it's a little tough to tell how that one goes in there. But if he's shooting at it, it must be narrow. Slow rolls that one in like a champ. Time to shoot up table. Things pretty open now with 1 ball to be able to connect to the next. Gets that one a little heavier than he would have liked to. Now he's got kind of a funny back cut on that 5 with that 9 wanting to play a picture. A little bit tough kind of being stretched out, knowing you had a couple of things to look at. And now Pat comes to the table with a relatively easy cut shot, and a 6 ball is just waiting to go in. So now he has the advantage of everything being able to connect. That one wipes its feet on the way in and kind of guided a little bit by the tip of that cue. See if he just plays this one off the rail, a little bit of inside English, and right back out for that 7 ball. And now we got that 10 ball a little bit in the games. Probably see a pretty decent little draw shot here just to get it over that side rail. Just have thought too much about that one, so I'll mic back up with a big opportunity. Calling that 10 ball in the corner pocket. Last combo 10 ball went in like it had eyes, so I'll be feeling pretty good about those right at the moment. And these are a whole lot closer together. I actually think this is a much easier shot than what the last one was, even though this has a slight angle on it. Sends that cue ball up table, gets a nice roll out of it, but it's a whole lot of stuff in the way. I think we're going to see See Pat come off the bottom rail going into this one, which is going to send it right up table. Almost gets a nice roll out of it. Mike taking a look at this one, trying to decide if his one pocket game is with him. It's time to play a little bit more defense. I don't see him trying to cut this one. I don't know that he gets too much reward out of that. Realistically, he just has to get in the middle of the table if he does decide to play it that way. And looks like he might have been trying to hide that one, which is going to be a little tough. Once again, Pat not happy with the lie, and not. Also, again, I'm not sure why. Doesn't leave himself a super easy cut, but he's definitely still at the table. Just sitting right beside it. So you just got to cut that one straight across, and you should get a leave on that 9. Oh, shoots it straight up, and that was a great shot. That's what I get for looking from the wrong angle. This one not so bad. A couple rails right back out for the 10 ball. And now just bear down and put it in the corner. Solid shot from Pat on that one. I think he might have been working on a few frustrations and giving that an extra mile an hour or two. Fortunately for Pat, starting this one off with a bit of a dry break, reasonably open. Just a little trouble on that 2 ball, but once they get past that, the rest don't look too bad. Mike a little wild on that one as it now finds its way all the way to the side pocket. Pat taking ball in hand. They're going to take a couple of looks at that 2 ball to decide how he wants to play that one. Moves that one over there. Probably look at potentially going with that 2-10 combo. But even though it went past, he does still have a side pocket shot over here. So again, nothing too fancy. Just roll that one in, and now the table's open. So looking at that left side of the 5 ball, and maybe it's just a steeper cut for that side pocket than what it looks like from here. Sure looks like it could find its way over there, just like he's pointing at now. All right, that's a pretty good shot there. So now I don't have to do anything but concentrate on making that 5 in the side. That 6 ball sitting right there waiting. Played that one okay. Probably wanted to get a little straighter on that 8 as it does go past that 9 down there in our bottom left corner now. Fortunate roll for Pat as that one tries to leak its way a little bit on the inside. And now Mike back up. All you gotta do is just a little bit of top English, come straight back across, and that 9 and 10 are waiting afterwards. It's starting to get a little straighter, which means you're just gonna have to punch this one a little bit more. Sure, you wanted a little bit more angle on that, but I'm actually just go ahead and play this one. I'll leave 2 rails and come back out. Possibly shooting both in the same pocket or draw it back out. It's a shooter's choice on the best way to get on that 10 ball from here, or just lay it up and shoot the 10 in the side. So he's definitely got some options. Looks like he's going to draw back off this one. Right, and that was a really great shot there too. Mike back to 10 ball with that he's comfortable with, and nice little shot in the corner. Back within 2 games, 11-9. Or are we just gonna put that in the background for that from now on every shot you just pinch every shot? I hope Dale's listening too. Right, Mike back to his same spot, and when he hits it right, he definitely gets a good break on this one. He's got a little wild a couple times there. The last time looked a lot like what this one did, and that ball doesn't get in the way. This one's a little more open than what the last one was. Unfortunately, just doesn't pocket a ball. This Pat comes back to the table with a little bit more good opportunities. All right, that's coming back down with a full head of steam and starts getting closer and closer. Yeah, I know. I think by the time he pulled the trigger on that one, I don't believe Pat was looking at the 2 ball anymore. I think he was looking at the rail and seeing how that one comes around.
Try to 10.
Mike calling that 10 ball. Looks like he's going to see if that caroms off the 8, which is probably a little bit more to do with just how he wants to play the 2 ball. But that 8 or the 10 ball does have potential of going into that corner pocket. Gets a bit of a lucky roll there, and Mike's still at the table with that 2 ball in the corner. Watch that speed a little bit, make sure it doesn't come up on that 3 ball too fast. But it's going to stay pretty much in line with where he wants it to be. It runs a little fast, but still an open shot, so I'm sure he'll take it. Well played shot there, and I believe we're going to see a light touch on a 4-9 combo, which he does have to be a little careful with. Put a draw, make sure that that cue ball stays in the in that opening. And now, should we say this is one of the pinch draw shots, Carl? I think prior to last night's match, I'd heard that term about twice in my life, and it will never be forgotten now. Very well played, as he made sure to get a little bit on that one just to send that cue ball out, and leaves himself a little bit of a cut, but sitting right beside the pocket like that, he shouldn't have to work too hard on this one. It's just how he wants to play it for coming back up on the 6. Whether he's going to use a little bit of inside English, go to the bottom rail, try to come straight back up. He wants to go ahead and swing that one out and play that 6 ball in the bottom right corner as we look at it. Now the 7 ball looks like it wants to get into play. But he might have got past it. It's tough to say if it can go. It looks like it can go in the side pocket. And if it can, he should be able to get a pretty decent lead on that 7. Ooh, unfortunately, misses that shot a little bit. Pat comes to the table with one that's pretty straight here. Looking up table as he's going to go all the way up the top rail and try to come back out. Doesn't want to hit it, but still comes out all right, even though he did. So I can take that one right in the side as well and let that cue ball drift down table, get on that 8 ball. Oh, it really smacks that one hard, and I think that 10 ball might be getting ready to get in play again. Looking for a little bit of a roll here, and it didn't hit that 10. I think he was going to get it, but it did. And Mike at the table with 2 balls left. Mike leaving himself a little bit of a tough cut. He hasn't been as successful as I believe he would like to be on this type of shot. He's undercut it a couple of times, and so he'll probably turn that little smidge knowing what's happened to a couple of the shots in the past. And if he did, that one was a little too much. That has definitely not been his favorite shot today, but had not come into the table with an easy shot. But I'd bet at least $1 that he's going to go ahead and try for this one. Probably up at that top left corner. And it looks like he's going to try to cut this one, and actually think the bank might be a little easier than the cut on this. Mike back to the table with not the easiest shot in the world, but a makeable shot nonetheless. He drills that one like it has eyes and closes the gap just a little bit further to 11-10. And while they're doing that, we'll throw up a couple of names of people that's helped us out. Obviously, the people over at Sushi Ninja have been very nice to us and helping us with some of the equipment that we've had here, and we have our fair share of that, as well as you can see on Mike Burke's back there, Bank Shots, another great place to check out if you're over in the Dunedin area, which is just a little bit to the west of Tampa. Great little place over there, not so little. Good food, full liquor bar, some nice tables. So make sure you check them out if you get the chance. And back to our regularly scheduled game with a 1-game difference between them, and Mike closing that gap up, and I'm sure he can't do that quick enough if you asked him. And John actually had, it's not very often that it happens, because there's just I keep changing everything back here, so if somebody sees how to switch this around, chances are by the time they come here again, then it's all changed again. I've actually been on it a couple of times pretty early, and do plan to try it again, but I really have not been able to even practice as much as I'd like to. We're out here pretty early in the morning and pretty late at night, trying to get some of the some new things done and new features added and all that kind of stuff. So it's tough to find a fair game for me when I won't take the time to practice. So that's my own fault, but hopefully I'll be able to join before too long. It's definitely a game that I love to do. That's how I got into this in the first place. So it'll definitely be announced when and if it happens. All right, Mike shooting a great shot from there as he buries that ball pretty good behind that 5 ball. That's a long way to travel for that 1 ball with that 5 in the way where it is. Great shot by Abbott, does not catch a rail afterwards. Mike kind of playing a double option here, I believe, as he's going to swing at that 10 ball. Feel fairly certain that he's going to try to bury that cue ball at the same time that he does that. We haven't seen him do it quite as much today, but have definitely seen him shoot at this one a few times before in some of the previous matches, and he's pretty good with it. And that's a good understanding of the of where those balls are going to travel. And now Pat comes to the table buried once again. Not make a hit on that one. I believe that's going to put him on 2 fouls. All right. Buries that one pretty good, as we can see. And again, not going to swing one rail at this one. And this one's a little easier hit, I believe, than a couple of the other two. But fouls again ends that game as Mike uses that 3 foul rule to his advantage to tie the game up. 11 all. And Mike coming out with an unfortunate dry break on this one, and Pat with an opportunity, but I believe he's going to play defense on this, as he's got a whole lot that it could hide behind. And looks like it might have made it there. Don't know if Mike's going to be able to just sort of bend that one around a little bit. But he is bringing out the jump cue, so calling that 10 ball just in case.
Ooh.
It's a really nice try. Leaves Pat. It looks like a little bit of an opening on this one. Yeah, it's definitely open for that side pocket. 2 ball's a little funny on this one. See how he plans to do this, or try for the shot and then figure out where the 2 ball goes afterwards. Doesn't want that to run too much further. Looks like he might have gotten right behind the edge of that ball. No, he definitely had more of it than it looked like. And if that 3 ball goes, now Mike up the table with that 3 ball sitting up there on the what's now the I guess the right hand side of that pocket. He's going to want to have a chance of kind of bouncing off a little bit. So we'll see if Mike decides to kind of play that one. Well, Probably would have been, I don't know if he was trying to chase that one in behind it. Left that cue ball a little bit short. I would have thought he'd have pushed that up a little bit, knowing that it was going to go that direction, but still a makeable shot. And he can kind of go on either side of that 6 ball from there. As long as he gets back towards the middle of the table, he's going to have a shot on that 4 ball just sitting right by the pocket. I'm sure he'd like to be a little past center from here. Did not want to run into the 6. Going to make that a little bit tougher, but it does still have a lot of the pocket to work with. He's just going to have to drift that cue ball down a little bit further, and it's going to make position on. And we got kind of the, looks like you got a little bit of a challenging position. Definitely had a chance of making that one. Now, see where that 9 ball stops, and so he's only got one side of that 9 ball that looks like he can be on. The other side is a little bit blocked. So I have to watch how he gets on that 7 ball, so that 8 to the 9 transitional will work out as easy as possible without having to put too much effort into it. The 6, 7, and 8 shouldn't be too much trouble. You can get over there and either forward or backward against the bottom side of that long rail. I'm sure he'd be happy with that. It looks like it's, yeah, that's pretty straight. That's a great shot. Should be able to draw it right back where he's standing. Ooh, got a hold of that one. That one's going to want to run a little bit, and just did leave himself enough room to make that one. So don't want too much of a bump on that 10 ball or get out of position on that 10 ball. That's great, and feel pretty safe in saying that probably make that one, but had felt the same way and went ahead and conceded that rack. Definitely pocketing the ball on that one, and as we talked about before, that One ball's been pretty nice to him as far as heading towards that corner as opposed to going up the middle. And it's done again. And even the 2 ball and 3 ball all sitting right there just waiting to go in. Don't know if that rail was the planned way, but regardless, it was hit well enough that it came back out anyway. So still a great shot and leave himself a little bit of an angle. That 3 ball to get back up for that 4. Really gets up table and leaves some angle on that 3 ball. And a little inside English and just a tiny tap on the outside. Very well played. Good looking to see that 5 ball go in the side pocket, and then fish out will determine whether or not he wants to roll it down to the short side of that 6 ball or try to play a combo. Jeremy checked to make sure, because I was actually looking at the one that I have over here. Jeremy's saying that the stream was looking a little bit fuzzy on YouTube, and for some reason, a few minutes ago, mine switched back out of 1080 and went back to went back to 480. So I actually had to switch it back, and then everything's been running clear ever since. So might want to check the settings. I don't know if it's on a which type of device or if it's just the smart TV itself that has the YouTube app. But it should be a way to be able to check if it's still on HD in there. We did have a little bit of for some reason, a real small burp a few minutes ago, and I think that's kind of what knocked mine down over here. All right, well, pocketed the 9 ball, but got himself into a little bit of trouble on that 6 ball as it went shooting back towards the middle. I know on Jeremy, on ours, if I remember correctly, we just hit like the down arrow, and it'll allow us to be able to get to those options. I don't know if yours is the same. I think that the main one we've watched it on inside is one of the Samsung TVs. It's actually a little easier to find on like the add-on devices, but smart TVs should have it there as well, so that you can adjust which one it's using. Possibly even going out and coming back in might sort of re-trigger it to go back up, but if it's fuzzy, there's no doubt that for some reason it's actually dropped down a little bit. So Mike rolling that one out a little bit far, trying for the defense on that one, and Pat missing a really good opportunity there. And you can't see it from where you are, but he's a little head shake over here, and not really happy about missing on that one. I don't think that's one that should have been missed there. .240. Damn, Jeremy, what did I do to you? Right, so Mike just needs to pocket the 7. The position's kind of built into this one. It's going to go down and back up. It's actually one of my favorite drills to even work on whenever my speed gets off a little bit. And alrighty. And Mike's favorite shot, a straight in 10 ball. Comfortable enough to not even move the rack. So Mike going a couple ahead now, 13-11.
I'm good with taking a break.
No, just good. I'm not thinking.
Okay.
I think at 4:50.
I'm at 13.
Yeah.
14 break.
15.
14. 14. 14. Ask down.
Players having a little discussion about when break time is. We like to try to keep it going as much as possible. So they did sort of predetermine when the first couple of breaks, and of course, as any of us know, whenever it goes a little bit later on, it's relatively often that as you get towards the last few games that some players want to take a break. Then we kind of all know why, and it's okay. I think that's one of the things that we have to work with. As having a competitor that might want to take, if you get on a 2 or 3 game streak and they want to slow it down a little bit, we all know what the purpose is, but should be able to, if you've done this enough, should be able to accept it and still come back out firing.
Oh, right.
And Jeremy, no, actually, I'm glad you brought that up. So for tomorrow, we don't have anything scheduled, and the reason being is because at I believe it was either 12 or 1 o'clock. I have to look back at the flyer. Matter of fact, I should put it on the screen up here. They're having that Toys for Tots tournament that we displayed a couple of times, and my wife and I decided that we wanted to go up and jump in on that one, and that's one of the things that we really enjoy, and we've been definitely blessed ourselves, and so anytime we get to join in on something that has to do with things like Toys for Tots, we take that opportunity. So hopefully some of you will be able to join us up there, and if you see us, please come by and say hello and tell me what dates you want to be on the stream. No, I won't bug you too much about it, but hopefully you will be able to join. It looks like a really great tournament. That's the one up at Main Street Billiards. The flyer is on both our page and the Taking Shots group. So please look that up. If you're not doing anything, come join. So Mike looking at a 2-rail kick on this one. It looks like you could actually gum just 1 rail, but it's going to be at a little different angle coming, obviously. It's going to be a different angle coming that way. I just like the 1-rail kick, because if you hit it short, you're probably still going to make contact with that 2 ball, and yeah, I believe it definitely caught that 2 first in order for it to go in quite the way that it did, but hasn't left a great shot for Pat, as we know he's been struggling a little bit, and now he needs to shoot that 2 and get back up on the 3, and I'm kind of surprised that he's not going for this one and just drawing it, shooting it straight in the corner where he's at and drawing it back out. That's a long way to get up table, but if that goes in, almost got himself into more trouble than he wanted to deal with. But now we got Mike on one defense and shooting at this one. But if he makes a hit, that ball's, you can be rest assured it's probably going to go in. and just as good of a chance that he's going to get a leave on that 3, and the 4 sitting just down from it. So that's a tough place to leave the ball that he's shooting for. So 2 rails to get back on this one. Oh, a great shot. Tried to keep itself out of there, but did find its way back in. And it doesn't look like Mike's going for the cross side. I don't think it would have done him a whole lot of good. He buries that down there below that 5 ball. Really well played shot for Mike. Yeah, I've heard a lot about Main Street up there, and obviously seeing some of the times they've had it on the stream. Looks like a nice place. Just never have made it there, so looking forward to that as well. Our vehicles are kind of stuck on basically a railroad track between our house and Belucas, and that's about it. Anywhere else, our car would think we were lost. With a nice straight draw on that one. That's a good shot. Looks like he's got a little bit of angle. He's going to have to probably force a little bit more out of it, or just draw it straight back like he did the last one, and take just a slightly tougher cut on that 6 ball. Guys, nice way to play that one, and now it looks like he might be off and running. This one's not quite, it's kind of in the way a little bit, but you can see where the cue ball is and see that it's off angle just a hair. So I don't know if he's going to elect to go ahead and bump into that 8. We never like to do that. And he was able to force past it, so nice shot there as well. And it just got a little easier. And not too much to do with the 9 ball in this shot, and rolling in and find out which pocket he wants to shoot the 10 ball in. Right. Nothing too difficult here. Go ahead and make that infamous commentator's curse. As long as I say it's a curse, then it should go right in. Not sure how many double negatives there was in all of that, but great shot from Michael. And 14-11. So we're going to take a break real quick, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm to come back. Love it whenever people come here more about wanting to shoot than wanting to take breaks, and these two are all about that. So we don't get these huge interruptions. That's always nice. Nice for me, nice for them, nice for obviously everybody out there that's trying to watch and can only spend so much time in a bathroom before they want to see some more pool being played. So our fancy new logo back up here. Say happy Halloween to everybody, and for all of those that are going out this evening or going somewhere this evening, please make sure that you're safe. We don't want to lose any viewers. Mike, as usual, checking that rack real close. Consistency being a big part of his game on this. So while we're getting into the latter half in this match, I got a few people on, and I know most people are probably from the Central Florida type area, but so a little comment up there. Let us know where you're watching from. I'm always curious of how far we're reaching out. I believe we made it all the way across the country last time. A few up in Seattle, some Texas, some Oklahoma, Arizona's. Back coming to the table with ball in hand, but a little bit of a tricky 2-ball down there. Every once in a while, you'll see him look over and see if he wants to take a shot at that 10-ball, and that's in a pretty tough spot. So he's definitely got to get a little motion on that cue ball, or even potentially just shooting that one in the side and trying to chase the cue ball over there. All right, a nice hit, a nice lead. That one's going to go up table, and it looks like he's going to leave that one blocked, and he did. Mike can bend around that one a little bit to be able to make a hit, and if he does, it's got a good chance of that cue ball sticking over there by that 9-ball. Ends up having to come from behind it, but successful hit, and not the easiest leave in the world for Pet. But if he can cut that 2-ball on the side, we'll take a look and see how that looks over there. Come around a little bit, and that 4-ball sitting right at the pocket. It does not get there. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw his jump cue come out on this one. He's decided he's going to go ahead and take this one down the bottom rail.
Oh.
Clears that side pocket for Mike, and now we've got a high ball. I believe he's going to find the side pocket as well. I believe from our angle, that's going to be the right side, and just kind of follow it up a little bit. Got up a little higher than he wanted to, making that a little tougher of a cut. Of course, last time I called this one a cut, he banked it. That defense game's been working out for him pretty well, so I wouldn't be surprised if he decided to do that again, as he's got a few balls that he can hide behind down there. It's for a pretty good sized window. He goes for it, and that was a good two-way option there. That 7 ball is sitting right in the way. So he did have a piece of it. Unfortunately, only got that piece when that double kit still leaves Mike. Very good shot at this one. Pointing down as to where he wants to go to. It's a little top English and should go down pretty nicely. All right, nice speed on that one. I guess he's going to plan on that 8 ball going into that side pocket. He also has the top left corner over there if he wanted to do that. That was a tight window, and he played that very well. All right. Mike coming back from that break and still looking pretty sharp. He's on a bit of a roll now, so I believe he's found his stroke at the moment. Taking a look at that side pocket, he's looking pretty good here. Pull up one more game. And with the race now being 5 games to 9, Pat's running out of time for that big comeback. So he's going to need to find a stroke here really, really fast if he wants to get back in this one.
Oh.
A little help from that 2 ball avoids that scratch in that top corner as the 2 ball got kicked. That's only an advantage now for Pat, as it was a dry break, and Pat, not only with the shot on that 1 ball, should have a shot on that 2. Let's go ahead and lay this one in. He looks like he's getting ready to put a stroke on it. Got a really lucky roll on that one. That's a whole lot of stroke that didn't necessarily seem like it was like that was fully necessary, but he got where he needed to be, and he's back on that 2, and really close to his work on that 3 ball. Yeah, I know he's trying to let that stroke out. I don't know if this is quite the way to do it though.
Oh my.
Might be a good opportunity here to show some control and Can actually go a couple of different ways to get about this one. Just needs to get pretty much back over where he's at now. Anything any higher on the table would be good, as long as he stays over on that side. Decides to go ahead and bank that one out and play defense, and stuck right behind the 10 ball. Nice little roll there for Pat, and got a chance at a 4 1/4, and should be able to hold that one. That 6 back down in what's now the top corner. All right, well played. So that was a lot more control on the way he shot that one. So maybe that was just a real quick spell that he needed to get out of his system on the those shots before. This is much better played. Again, this is one of those shots that player's choice. You can shoot it inside and try to hold it, or you can go ahead and swing it out. Looks like he's going to let it kind of go out a couple of rails. Got to watch that speed when you do that. It's going to end up pretty close to that 50-yard line. Looks like he comes out smelling pretty good on that one, as he's got his own straight-in 10 ball. 15-12, and some rolls start going his way. All right, a nice break. Kind of threw his hand up a little bit, still showing a little bit of that frustration. But this time, he's got some shots, and he's pretty good all the way up to that 6 ball. Don't know that I'd be worried quite as much about the break and run as I would just get these two, and unfortunately that's the one that cost him. I believe he could have gotten a little easier breakout shot in a different way, but now he's left the 2 open and 3 not too far away. Got a little bit of a lucky roll on that one, as now he's got a shot for that 3 ball right there in the side. Roll it up a little bit and 4 ball up in that corner. Decides he doesn't like the angle on that. He's not just buried behind that 8 ball, but sitting on that. We're not sitting on the template, but definitely sitting right beside it. Surprised he's not wanting to move that template from where it is. Like I said, that one will stay in place. If that's one of the plastic ones that a lot of us like to use. I'm kind of slowly starting to lean a little bit more towards the one that they've been using here today. But those plastic ones, you try to put that kind of English on it, you can be rest assured that it's going to lift that rack and probably shoot it across the table. I'm going to use a little bit of left English on this just to make sure that it tracked back towards him in the spot he was just looking at there a second ago, and wants that to come down a little more. Came up a little short on that one. We've seen this cut a few times a day. And then from both players, and seen it played a few different ways as well. This is again, it's a pretty tough cut because you also still have to be able to control the speed, and he misses it pretty wide. So it's hard to think that had at the moment it kind of hit a meltdown and still needs to try to find a way to snap himself back out of it. He wants a chance to run at that, get that 21st. Good job by Mike. I believe he's going to go ahead and bring this one back over on his side of the table and shoot that 8 down in the bottom left over here as we see it. I think we can go above the table, and he definitely has the angle to be able to do it. He could go either way, but then he's flirting a little bit more with that 9 ball. Wants that to slow down here so it didn't get too close to that side pocket, but a good shot. Again, nothing too fancy out of this shot. He can actually just draw it back a little bit. That should get him an angle that he wants. More nicely played 10 ball for 16-12. Unfortunate, another dry break there for Mike and a easy made ball patch. It's a little lucky with the so that roll comes back out. And now he has a way to get down there to that 2-ball. So again, gotta use this as fuel to get back into it, and instead he's looking down the table when it's time to shoot. It's a little lucky on that leave, but he shouldn't have to be walking away from the table right now. Like with a pretty big stretch trying to get over to this one, so that's definitely gonna make this one a little bit tougher. Now he's got a little bit longer jump and really hits it nicely. And gets a good leave out of it too. Full guides are still a touch in his favor. I believe that Pat might be able to see the edge of it. I think that 5-ball is gonna stop from anything good happening in the way of making a ball. Now Mike back up with a reasonably easy combo, but again, got to watch where that cue ball is going because it is going to probably hit the right side of it. You want to bounce up just a little bit. Because he plays it the right side and does a great job. Controls that very nicely. We just did sneak through that one. He can give himself a lot of room though. Now whenever he starts to queue up as to how much of the edge of that he can see. He doesn't need to see a lot of it to make that 4-ball in that side pocket though. This one could be trouble. It is sure going to track right on that line with that 6-ball. Pops off the top of that 6-ball, finds its way into the pocket and opens up the table all at the same time. However, it did move that 6 all the way down to the bottom rail. So that's not going to want to do too much. Just follow it up a little bit. Leave a medium angle on it, nothing too stiff, and he puts it all the way down the rail. It's the one of 2 places you didn't want to leave it. So visually frustrated on this one, and understandable. It's just not working for him today. He forces that one up table. Does a good job of getting it out to where at least he's got an opportunity. See how he decides to play this one, because although there's a possibility of that 8-10 combo, I just don't see where there's a reason to want to play that. Gets a great roll out of that one. Pat finds a little bit of sunshine on a rainy day. Mike's gonna have a little bit more difficult time. I don't see him trying to bring out the jump cue in the I believe it's the spot you want to hit's before that side pocket, so you just find the middle and go for it. At this point, go ahead and tap that one a little extra hard. See if you can't get one of them lucky rolls too. Almost pulled it off, but leaves him quite the open shot for Pat on this one. You see Pat go ahead and put this one in, see if he can't draw it down by that side pocket.
Hard.
Except at the other side, which still definitely works. Make this one come back across. Only needs to get, maybe half table. But definitely have to make the shot first. It's the ones like that. It's really been tough for Pat today, and the reason the score is the direction that it is. I think Mike's been shooting. He's definitely been shooting good today, but he's left a few opportunities for Pat to tie this up. And nice shot there from Mike, and 10 ball conceded, aiming for the side pocket. Go up there and hit that scoreboard, bringing it to 17-12. So 3-8 race right now. Big jump on that cue ball, but this time it stays on the table. Doesn't leave an open shot for Pat, as it does come up to be a dry break. That's gonna push out on this one. I think Mike's probably gonna take this shot. He does decide to cut it, but doesn't get the roll that he wants to, as that 9 ball finds its way to be a bit of a headache for him. was a good attempt. It's definitely kind of buried back there, but now Pat's got an opportunity, and he's running out of those. So definitely time to really make something happen. I mean, you can't count any game until the last ball is dropped. We've seen some big comebacks here. As a matter of fact, Mike was involved in one of those where he had a large comeback, and so we definitely cannot call it over. But Pat is definitely getting down to his last few opportunities as he strokes this one up and tries to get on the top side of that, or well, bottom side that we look at here. Once again, just lines up something that got that cue ball awful close to that two whenever he wanted to shoot that one, and I think that makes that field of error a little bit larger. He unfortunately misses the shot, and because he couldn't get a decent stroke on the top English, didn't get that cue ball up high enough. And Mike with a big stretch on this one and wanting to get to between that 3 and 5, shoot that 3 back in the same pocket. Went into a little bit of trouble trying to get there, and with that kind of stretch, it's not impossible to do that. Mike taking a shot at the side pocket and comes up a little bit short on that one. And Pat just swinging at some of these shots, and got to get some more control on it. I believe at some point we're going to see that Mike's going to be playing pretty aggressive. You can see the finish line. He's going to want to make a bit of a charge for that. So I'm sure that, not saying that he's not going to be playing safe, but I think he's going to want to try to get out whenever he has a good possibility of it. He's got a good lead, so he can take a chance or two if it'll get these next 3 games in the books. Oh, there goes that 9 ball again. Comes straight back down on top of it, and unfortunately didn't give it a chance to get around it with that particular angle, but go down the table and throw a little bit of English on it, see if he can get that to cross back over. Good hit nonetheless, but does leave had a shot up in that top corner. Nice control on that one. Once again, forgetting to make the shot before moving on to the next one. Like taking a look at that 10 ball over there, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about before. With you might see him taking a few more chances, and that's exactly what he's doing. Taking a real good look at where that 10 ball is, and probably still a two-way shot, but gets it back there behind that 9 ball. I can't tell if we can switch it over here. I can't really see the exact angle on that one, but definitely looked like Pat had an opportunity to get it. Mike looks like he's gonna need a little bit of inside English, but it does look like a makeable shot. And Nikita, yeah, he does take some time in between shots. He fortunately for him, he is actually not the slowest player that we've had out here as far as looking in between. And there are ones that we talked about that if it gets too bad, then we would have to pull a shot clock. And we've thought about even doing that with matches in general and saying that we can. It doesn't have to be the pros like 30-second or anything like that, but 45 seconds to a minute is actually a pretty decent amount of time, and that is under consideration. It really hasn't gotten out of control, and Mike's not, like I said, he's not the fastest player, but definitely not the slowest player we've had before. So. And Pat coming up the table with a very makeable run out here. But again, he's got to get out of whatever that funk is that he's had before. Yeah, that has to come to an end really, really soon. Travels a little far, but you can still shoot that up in the top corner up there and still get good on that 9 ball. Could shoot it in the side as well, and just kind of press that one over a bit. Oh, that was pretty close to that side pocket. But that side pocket is open for that 9 ball, which means it's going to be open for that 10 ball. Might have liked to go ahead and shoot that one straight down. Looks like he's calling the side on it. I think I'd go ahead and shoot that one down just so I didn't have to baby it in so much. As he does. Okay. So Pat does put one more in the books, bringing that to 17-13, and that's 30 games down. Yeah, Carlin, a lot of people are pretty used to like the 45-second shot clock, because that's even what you use like in league play. A lot of us, myself included, played leagues for extended periods of time. Even people that stop playing leagues and start doing more tournaments or start to graduate into upper levels of play. You've already been used to that kind of shot clock. Now it's not. You really don't pull that rule out unless somebody is just taking an extremely long time. But it's there when you need it, and there's nothing wrong with it happening here. The big thing, just like in leagues, that you have to remember is that if you, as a player, ever decide that you wanted to call a shot clock, that means both of you are on it. You can't just say, well, he's been playing slow, so he gets on the shot clock, but I get a free pass. Of course, it never works that way and shouldn't. So that might be one thing to be included one of these days. Some players do know that they take a little bit more time and may not want to play that way, but there again, it's can always make house rules. And then people can decide if that's something they're comfortable with. We'll see how time goes on. Like I said, right now, if I was going to have a talk with somebody about a potential shot clock, he would be about 2 or 3 players down. So when he becomes the worst, then we'll definitely bring that a little quicker. All right, just skimming off the 2 on that one. That's going to be ball in hand for Mike.
Oh.
Sorry, everyone, for having to step away for just a moment from the mic on that one. And I believe we started to see a little bit of what we were talking about before with wanting to play a little bit more aggressive, try to get this match over with. And as it turns out, kind of got a little bit of a bad shot there, but that 7-ball was going to be a little bit of an issue on the track that he was on. Now that 7-ball stays over there, but what happens to the cue? Drops down in the corner. That's easily going to alter the outcome of this game. It's about the only thing bad that could have happened considering where that 7-ball rolled back to. Mike finds a clear path that 7-ball down here in this bottom left corner. All he's got to do is just roll that one up. Very nice shot there, and now he's got a whole lot of table out there that he can leave this one and still be pretty safe. One thing he's got to do is just get clear of the 10-ball and secure the 8, and got a good chance of putting this one in the books. They're playing that one very well and got a pretty simple 10-ball right over there in the side. I don't think I'll have too much trouble with this. Is this within 2 games? And Pat looking at needing 7. So again, time's running out a little bit. Not impossible. It's a whole lot of uphill in snow in both ways. Hey, but our parents did it going to school, so it can happen. While he's finishing this rack up, if you haven't already done it, if you enjoy our streams, we'd really like it if you hit the that like and follow button. We are actually getting really close to our 1,000 followers, which is pretty humbling for myself. A lot of really great people have been showing their support here, and would like for everybody to join us as often as possible. Try to get some good people up here and good shooters and learn a little bit. Also, don't forget the commentators has been able to help us out. We actually haven't had the commentator booth here for too terribly long. It's only been like a couple of months going, but ever since, it's been a lot more enjoyable for myself, for the people that's actually joined me here in the booth, and even for the shooters to go back, because some of them have had commentators that they were actually able to learn a little bit from their own shots. So it's kind of helped all of us. The total on this one, there's 1,000 in the medal on this one, so 500 remaining. So he didn't get it hidden. They didn't leave it easy either. So we'll see if he just pops this one out and hides behind all of that stuff, and it very much leaks out the side. Opens it up a little bit, and we see a 4-ball that's got a little bit tension in there, but might be able to bump that whenever it's time to get into that 3-ball. Realistically, you might even have an angle to be able to bump that 8 or 4 coming out of this one and still have plenty of room to get on that 2. So we'll see if he saves that and decides to go after it after the when he comes back up for that 3. With that kind of a stretch, I think he's playing it the right way. Just get it out in the open, get on that 2-ball. Nice shot there. Shouldn't have any trouble getting back out from that. Taking a good look at where that 4 ball is, make sure it goes. Got on the right side of that as well to make sure that it shouldn't be looking like a split hit or anything of the like. Well done. And again, he can do either option because it does look like it has a corner pocket, but I might just go ahead and play this one forward and play over the side. Now he misses the shot. Had up the table with a little rail shot. Gets that one close, but it does fall in. So nice easy roll on this one, and don't try to do too much with it. And hits that one pretty hard. I believe Pat's still caught in that rut where he's trying to force something to happen instead of letting something happen. He's got a little bit more of a tricky shot here. He's probably just going to go ahead and let that 6 go in and get himself open on the 7. He may go super aggressive and try to get position. I don't see him going at it that hard. Tries to cross-bank that one. Didn't work out for him, so Pat back up with an opportunity here. Put a lot of movement on that cue ball there. So the 8 ball and that little bit of trouble over there on the side. See if he force follows this one and tries to go above it or tries to stay below it. I think he's going to try to get above it. That's a great job of getting below it. Just misses the shot in the process and doesn't capitalize on Mike's last mistake. And Carl, I believe that the one you were saying that you play safe, I'm guessing that was probably the one that he shot cross corner to come back down. And normally, I would probably agree. I think you get a couple little shots here and there. When you've got this kind of lead, you're only 2 away from finishing it. I think you get a couple of opportunities to try to get a little crazy. I mean, you obviously don't want to waste too many of those opportunities, but as your next statement says, I think you might be right that Pat's really, really struggling here. So if you can try it out a little bit and still feel like you're going to get the table because your opponent's just they're just not really staying in the game. I think you might have to. In the same breath, You've also got the you don't want all of a sudden your opponent to find their game and start coming storming back either. So I guess that's kind of a double-edged sword.
You.
He's really, really jumping up bad now, even worse than what we saw in prior games. And not much doubt that he's going to go ahead and probably try to put this one to the side, cross side. A really good attempt at it, although he would not have liked that outcome of the where that cue ball ended up. I'm sure Pat's going to take a swing at this one as well.
Oh.
Ouch. That's going to shorten the amount of strokes needed to finish this game off as well. Right, with a concession on that 10 ball on the hill. And I wish I could move that camera up and you'd see that Carl, I believe, is correct. Pat looks like he's at this point he's just waiting to lose, and that's a horrible position to be in. But your opponent's on the hill, and you need 7 games again. I'm sure we've all seen it happen before, but he's kind of got that defeated feeling to him, and he's just waiting for Mike to get that last 10 ball.
On the 9th April.
Yeah, I hit it.
Justin, it is this one's for 1,000 in the middle. Leaves the cue ball up, makes the ball, has not only an open shot on the 1, that should easily lead him into an open shot on the 2. And I agree with you, Carl. We have if you haven't been there before, you haven't played this game long enough. You must have went out there once and said, "Nah, it's not for me." And chances are you're not watching the stream anyway. Ooh, kind of caught that one a little left of where I believe he wanted to. Now he's so close to the rail that's a tough hit that direction. So I believe he should be looking at the other side, just pretty much right at the point by the side pocket. I don't know if he can. I think he's too close to the rail there to be able to hit it, but we'll see how he decides to play it. That's a pretty big curve on that one. See how that one comes out, and he definitely got it turning around. Got a good hit on it, and an even better lead. Somebody's definitely looking out for him on that shot. If you look closely, that 10 ball has you had to definitely hit it harder than that, but it had a little bit of a path to get moving, and that gets a little bit of a roll himself. All right, Mike going back for that pitching wedge again. Last few times he started off a little slow with using it, and then it definitely got better. This is one of those that you don't mind as much because you're not jumping the whole ball, and it's sort of that 12, 14 inches up in front of you, and so you got some room to be able to work with. So if he stays online, he's actually got a chance of making this one. It does make a solid hit, and it kicks it. If it wasn't for that 5 ball, it was definitely headed towards the leaving Pat with a shot at that corner pocket. Ooh, that was a good try. I can understand wanting to try that one, and it comes out smelling like a rose on that. Because once again, he gets hooked behind the edge of that ball. And with the way things have been going, I'm not so sure that I wouldn't want to pick that 10 ball out of there. Guess it depends on how comfortable he is with hitting that 2. But if it doesn't get stuck, I mean, that's a 3-10 combo and 2-10 combo. He's got a whole lot of options there. I think he might want to get that one out. Go ahead and take the foul and expect that you're going to come back to the table. And so, Pat obviously looking for the run out on this one. These are pretty well spread open. The only thing that's in trouble is the one he's shooting at now. So if he doesn't get out here, I think we're nearing the end. All right, got a nice angle on that one to get back down on that 4 ball. Moving this one around okay. The shooter probably should have showed up a few games ago. Much more control than what we've seen here for the last dozen games or so. Pat's making a statement, just letting everybody know, hey, I do know how to play this game. Might have had a bad round, but I do know what I'm doing. Only thing bad here is how straight he got. He's going to have to really test his cue ball speed on this one. Because I don't think you try to force this one out. I think you just, well, I know what he's trying to do, and I get it. But that was definitely one of those situations where he was looking a little bit more at the speed of what the cue ball needed to be and not making the shot. With that last concession, finishes it off with 20-13. Nice round for Mike, and Pat, I'm sure will go back and watch this and learn a whole lot, and maybe try to start working on a way to kind of pull his way back out of it and see if he can't get that person that was shooting that last game to come back out a little bit more often. And with all that being said, obviously, we really appreciate everybody that's joined in and watched, and hope that you will join us often. We'll be back on Tuesday, as a matter of fact, and I actually have not even made the flyer for you because I just found out later yesterday. But we do have Jose, and I can't remember his last name, so I kind of feel bad. Starts with an A. He's been out here a couple of times before, and Samir Muhammad is going to be joining us. So hopefully you'll join us Tuesday. We'll be back as quick as we can. Thanks everyone, and talk to you soon.